Hello and welcome to the conclusion of the final case of the Great Ace Attorney to the result. So we are going to continue where we last left off, namely the third and final part of this trial, already in progress. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Eugene Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yumei University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside yours. This is Dr. Maria, Scotland Yard's practicing reporter. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She's just appeared.
You've summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama? That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the science of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly while I was in the antechamber too. Poor man, the idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The mystery of justice's decision on that is final. And we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed boldly. The mystery of justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes, it has been a while. Long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago?
That is right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners.
So you are present at the autopsy of my brother, Clint von Siegs.
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
And as far as skilled at any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Oh, no. Our secretary says that she wouldn't have such a gift even on the internet.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Sieg's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of an autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
That's fine. I'm here too.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Huh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I would dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. The autopsy of Clint Van Zieks.
From my own observations, I couldn't say that... From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Megatoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I can positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zieks' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it. And the whole truth does rather elude us, I fear.
I beg your pardon.
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them and ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Clint Van Zieks, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed drilled the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during cross-examination. I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Yunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in this gallery would agree.
Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
It was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand. The fourth ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. My father left Japan for 16 years ago when I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring was among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there, and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious! Yes, that's it! I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I am afraid so. You hesitated, Professor Mikitoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel. Dr. Gordy, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
So we get SLP3. A ring belonging to Genshin found in Clint Van Zeek's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem looked sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. It comes like claws protecting that jewel.
We must examine it very carefully, Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Let me do this. I'm not going to present it, I'm going to do just that.
Examine it. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! My fingers bleed. Damn! Claws really are sharp.
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Naruhodo, even for you.
What makes such a dangerous ring?
Without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of that size would go down much better. With some red bean paste in it, you know.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Well, there we go. Ma'am.
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, Counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying, Dr. Wilson? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach. Supposition at best.
What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? There's evidence. Right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Count. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal interest says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. Oh my god. Imagine if you could swallow that thing. Oh man, your insides be jacked up beyond belief. Not to mention try to take a shit. Good lord. In addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice! But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No! And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
Well, isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Nicotoma?
Well, if you swallow the ring of that size with those sharp metal claws it has, surely you expect to see some damage to the throat and the esophagus? To mucous membranes, at the very least.
And by the way, that's not how you spell esophagus. There is no O in esophagus. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen.
Let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant.
Go ahead, write it down! So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument's nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use with fans. I want one! The government can pay.
What? I don't think so, and Dr. Gory. Rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
we open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory. It's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. It's the ring. What about the ring? I saw that series, I was not impressed by it. At least the American version. The Japanese version, totally different story. I have just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have. Of Genshin saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of us thought, Don't make it, peep. You're coming with us. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin laid on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear the ring. Ah! Are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me. Now I am starting to question if perhaps I was not the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? You pathetic coward! You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring! You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer. Cosma, open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment's only slightly clouded. But the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial to see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. You mean you wanted to see the goddess of law? It seems you're thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? 2 seconds. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zix? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of not guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and resigned to his fate. But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Ah! But if that autopsy was all above board, there'd be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Asogi? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence. Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention. There's no inconceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living a delusion these 10 years. Me?
Cosmos created one last chance for us here. None other. If we can only show that was a reason for his father's silence in this trial.
Reason-minded man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps. Enough rhetoric! The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that can possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? Yes, sir. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he had been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way. Defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan could have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had a help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder, who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there was suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for a silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence, and now jailbreak conspiracy. Of course. Because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Governor Kaiden? And the poor chief warder in prison?
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Well, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What?
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. You are above Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Kaiden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Is there some stick ahead? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. must permit this trial to proceed as you declared as its outset. Promise that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. And this leads to the next batch. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupation for the court, please? Hi, Eric Hayden, Governor of Black Creek Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I said John T. to pass, but your other persona, if you don't mind. I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Whoosh! The professor? We've already been through all this before. Decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Kaiden. Don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turned out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, of capital punishment. Gods! Hold on there, lobby! All these... Witness! Governor Titan. Aye, sir! You'll have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. Great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten a witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. I'll be right back. Had to answer your call of nature. So now, the jailbreak plot. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Was the day that Japanese Jock was found guilty? The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief order visual here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi dying up until the night of the execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't get it. There was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. I'm so used to saying service. It's like, I'm so used to saying service over empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't kidnap. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case. That wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That counts as nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. Niketsu, sir. Niketsu. Very well. Proceed, counsel. The jailbreak plot. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin was shot dead in No Gate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do is getting the joke out of the jail, nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Sir? Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Oh, please stop. Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? Ahem. What Governor Kaiden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? Henshin. For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind.
I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
What makes you think that?
Well, it just doesn't make any sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he did commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is that intention was always to betray him. Why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape?
Yes, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in a vast chamber of secrets that is Berkeley, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yet it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there's a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, a coin, a Asogi, and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Kaiden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gods! Aye! Get on then! It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. Did he now? What does this have to say, sir? Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Others! The defendant couldn't have possibly had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Oh! Turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. She ward of vigil caught him with it one day. You scared Ginger, you wee rat! Then I'll not tell you to keep it a secret! You can't touch me now. Ugh! Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convent cell. Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. All right, then. But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. and after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Yes, the prison warden searched through the belongings in the cell, but well, it's just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Kaiden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Jinx! What, the papers are your brother, Elwood? The head was found, rotten purple, in the fellow's cell, where I said it would be.
How can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom.
You didn't do a proper job here, you billy-wadded galoot!
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to your fault, did I know, you lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Which means everything as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What is consistency?
Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Bell Creek Prison all these years is actually a fake?
As has clearly been demonstrated already. What went on at Barclay Prison
was far from above board. That last verification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken.
What? No. Definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers. A waste of time. If the will is fake, where is the real document?
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again.
You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself?
It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some malicious negotiations took place. Is your lordship going to gloss over some fair?
What did you just say?
We should hear more from the Chief Warder. I will testify again.
The trial must go on.
The man's voice must be heard.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw the convict's last will and testament. Sir, my lord. The Asogi Papers.
As the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that wheel in his cell. He turned the cell inside out, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Asogi Papers when a directive came telling me to unbound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe. I was left in a cell. Kimono, I think it was called.
It is kept out, huh? That's a lie! No! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Why, you're not satisfied with calling me a liar and the ones, eh? You weave, what finger?
There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do? That's what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Are you too scared?
Little and large, what a double act. They complied with the Asogi's words far as was possible. All of his personal effects was delivered to his family home in Japan. As courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely.
Aye, you cannot deny handwriting is that of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that's my father's brushwork. Really?
And this last living testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for defense, your cross-examination, please.
Ish! Yes, my lord.
The Asogi Papers, again.
In Mr. Asogi's kimono.
Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. It's granted as much freedom as possible during a few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword, and shape.
His sword?
Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence?
Warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. It couldn't have hurt anybody with a thing.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials.
Aye. He wrote that before. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. To make a total as to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
Has it any inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me, sir.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil?
Please stop.
Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir!
What?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Oh, please stop.
Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance. Possibly or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes! It was Scarlet! As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink. But perhaps I am mistaken.
I'm not sure.
I, Genshin Nasogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Okay. I definitely...
I need to do some cross-referencing. Be right back. Okay, had to make sure that I didn't get my wires mixed up on this. And after a bit of cross-referencing, it's this. Scarlet color writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see.
What?
Others again! You have no evidence to cite it? Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have them cleaned immediately. What is your point, TENSOU? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. I remember something troubling me at the time. At this scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was pernicious about such things. Seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil! Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. It could have been like this, but it's like more like a last will and testament. A last will and testament. A last will and testament. Oh. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. No! What? Nondeste? This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No! Impossible! That is utterly out of question. Was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would have never abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene! And yet we can be sure that it was his writing. He was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. No! It can't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to. Having seen serves absolutely no purpose. No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. Reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous.
However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
That's what you gotta do in life sometimes. Yes, You're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense last statement's mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Yunosuke?
As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back.
I believe that the last will and testament, Lord Clint Van Zieks, was in fact a confession.
You can do this, Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession.
Confession.
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity. Enough! Tensou. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would be... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this much. I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. You can't be suggesting... It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself! It's finally over, isn't it? Pandora's box. The Clint Van Zieks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. Lord Clint Van Zieks is a paragon of justice and competence. He was actually a mass murderer and betrayed all the atrocities of the virus nature. The general public found now. Law and order in this country will be finished. My brother.
This is all. Oh, Lord Van Zieks.
I wonder, did he never suspect? Lord Myra Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. It's inconceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was. Order! Order in court! Lord Van Zieks. Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Belmont, he was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. The hound of the Baskervilles. When my brother would go hunting in the forest and the grounds behind the house, he always took Bang Long. Oh, it's a great server, by the way, in Final Fantasy 14. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
A jewel-studded collar?
That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house that night. The jewel-studded collar stolen by the thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was top of a crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. Hound of the Baskervilles.
What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. The pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt the collar you describe as Belmont.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Seek's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey.
So it is true then? Clint Van Seek's really was the professor?
Possible. These Japanese are making their own attempts on their own. In fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That, though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well, then. You may have the truth. Tell me, then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. And I quote from Rambo: "In order to stop a war, one has to become war." 19th century was truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service. How is mess up? New law and order. But these ghastly new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with nauseous fumes and crime, growing daily to feel the darkness. Lord Clinton Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly entered his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin, turned up at my office one night. The professor. Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion while he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here, but I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this base on the tenacious accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down a serious plan. And as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this.
So, in the actual fact, Cosmo's father did...
He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the Professor killers. By taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Sergei must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That You were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes of my father! I did what was needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Oh, you old rocker! We can't do something like that! There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Von Zix. The House staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I'm no doubt that was a Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And whilst the man he doesn't keep a dog, and was shot, a minor weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? He looks like Rajabu, or Reshabu. Yeah, his proper name is Reshabu, not Rajabu, it's Resh. So that night years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. And I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, that my father spies such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuo Asogi. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son a king. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? I'm glad I'm not singing in a few hours. I am so glad. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost. I have never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, would you say, Lord Baroque Volsix? That's the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What brazen?
I knew that you played a part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands. I think. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions were tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago. Excuse me. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That is right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege, you have said that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper, I have successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, It was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
That Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. So I'm going to aid in keeping them unsafe.
There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Welcome.
I have one last question for the accused, Lord Van Six. Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there was members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since there were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zix nor Genshin Asugi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asugi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanctions deemed appropriate. That court is adjourned! Until I think Not today! Thank you, Kazuma. Me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11-hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist that the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Ramsey's and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak nothing.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely said something just contradictory. It's time to identify Lord Strongheart. It was Lord Strongheart. I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Not completely, slightly. Come on, this guy. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Neither Clint Van Ziegs nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi. And the 3-page last will and testament penned in the black ink and left behind by the man. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Hans? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent. And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you? This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precious words were the 3-page last will and testament. Ah! Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile. But mere trifle, I see. Trifle? Governor Kelvin! What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black wearing black scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a third page at the time. None that did! Only the first 2 pages were the actual result. If my mind correctly, the third was a message to slide back into Japan. For legal purposes, required only his will. And we wouldn't have any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, So it's decided that the third page ought not be sent. How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said! To hear my father's right words to me. I had a right to know what it said! To hear my father's final words to me. A courtroom's no place for sentimentality. As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me, and my father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Even if the slightest may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The infinity maudlin words can be of no consequence now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Kaiden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Aye, sir! Only, I'll support out, my lord. But I cannot actually read one language. This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father!
You're still here, you Dr. Kotoba. Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit lonely one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. Haiku? Twist thy head? Father. What is Karma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. There is nothing this blade cannot cut. It is not normal. It's the katana that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecutor. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. It seems there was a third page to it. Oh, these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. And yet, we look at this. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. It really is a haiku. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? And maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble.
Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion. I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Oh.
I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is part of the very end of the hilt.
Yep, it's the hilt.
Written as head in Japanese, it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Kashira. So Mr. Asogi's word means twist the butt of the hilt.
You don't think...
Look what's inside it.
Is that... a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Naruhodo! Look at the signature at the end!
Clint Van Zieks, and the date 10 years ago on that fateful night.
So for 10 years it's been silently concealed inside Kanama and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
Wait. Oh my god. Look at this. This is unbelievable. A trump card left behind by Genshin Asogi. The last will and testament has been hidden inside the great sword Karoma for years. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties. dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother! Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Lord Stronghold, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime. Without the Reaper, we could have never achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your end, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. What's wrong? What exactly is it that you're hiding? You're not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will. In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it's supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance.
Naruto!
I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over, can I? I can't. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Don't be upset. There's nothing of evidence remaining from the time. It's high time you realize something, my This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive. Well, it would appear that there's no escaping now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that concerns TENKAI Enigma if you're king. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to have been synthesized? Right? There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
Wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only. I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. My brother's last will and testament! Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma! That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to merge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly looks official. My God, it's true. It is my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once! Why? What are you trying to hide? Could be that you already know what's written on this page. What are you implying? Court's adjourned with immediate effect! Critical room! Do that, my lord, and my foot will go up thine ass! Immediately. I'm actually gonna say that. I'm actually gonna say it on the screenshot. So nice, I need to do it twice. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. With a foot so deeply far up his ass. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will's treason! What Clint Van Zieks really did, and a will that did. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out! Now! We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty! But it appears their proceedings aren't going to go quite as you would want. You fools. Go ahead, Minosuke. Read it! The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. For God's sake! No! I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable willing of death. The hour is 11 p.m. I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the door that I may depart with this world, in honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly a merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here disclose the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my father, upon whom I willingly set my great hand. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor fellow, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watch my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hand I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Yet I, oh my dear friend Asogi, who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male strong hearts, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Damn! So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Mel Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed until now. It just didn't make sense to me that I thought victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Kid had no possible reason to kill the man. You did, didn't you, Lord Stronghold? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the officers you set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog. Lord Clintfan seeks to take him down! It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots. But the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place. In order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. By murdering the man. The Reaper. The Professor. The name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done in the furtherance of law and order in London! Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Can't you know, sir? Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we agreed. I don't believe you! It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to locate Sentai at 3 in the morning with Ichigoku. Kunio Ichigoku? I had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his reparation. Jigoku had fierce ambition, made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. And I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his. He couldn't agree fast enough. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intend to take him out of his grave before he ran out of it. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who was witnessing what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Trevor. Of course, I knew great was figured in London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night. Case 3. Blessed. People found out the convict really wasn't executed. The scandal will rot the very foundations of the empire. Then they'll look to it him. Shoot him, Jigoku! Shoot Asogi at once! He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go! What are you talking about? You had an agreement! Promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth forever. Come on, Jigoku. Do it! Pull the trigger! Shito! Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close. The blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork model's presence at the scene as well, I made us swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak at events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. Was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too? Using what happened in the graveyard? By that time, Jigoku was Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murder a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the dark recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme. Couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Six from dishonor and his death! Whilst behind the scenes you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame? It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire! Our courts cannot function without a Reaper! Can't you see all that I've done for this country? This has been my struggle! You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Six here who worked tirelessly and trustfully in court while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson fought with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing.
Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide! No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you!
You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls?
That it was all for Queen and Country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again!
Well, dear me, my good fellows, dear me! Well deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance.
What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, those beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Voice are quite a picture of industriousness.
You fraud! Keep your mockery!
Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said.
What are you trying to say?
I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how do you put it, done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have pointed out. Quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing. Which means I can be indicted for nothing now. What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that! You've constantly preyed on people's weaknesses and what? Threatened them. Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know these darker recesses are great code, and deep down, I believe you all know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy, so that
that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down, would it be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as if it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you?
The things that Stronghold has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years have done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means, we'll follow that all things does Lord Stronghold.
This is the will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Stronghold really is a master of manipulation.
He conclusively proved his guilt. Yet he still managed to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Yunosuke! There's really only one path left open to me. Use evidence. Yes, as I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
What evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it. If there was ever a time for using this particular item, have among evidence, it's no. I've been told to tuck its ears if I find my son had a dead end.
Oh my. Yes, Mr. Soames asked if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing. I have no doubt that Mr. Soames had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfold. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take us center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears and heave!
Alright, say no! Ow, 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 ow! My dear feathers! Must I remind you all the time a gentle tug will suffice? Soames! You're looking in quite the wrong direction now, Huda. Because I'm over here.
Not always. It's Mr. Soames.
In holograph form. I wasn't expecting a box, Soames. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a close court. You've been warned once already, man. What's it? I can't get over it, my lord. We just go right through him. It's just like he's just doing a jig like, yeah, you can't touch me, bitch. Oh my god, this is too funny. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you say. The great detective, you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. Image, if you will. No, I must congratulate you on your fine deduction. Soames! What on earth? Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
A silent speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal transmitted instantly to another place.
Right. Sounds are transmitted. So could not images keep them company on news? I had an idea tomorrow's experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
That is experimentation, Mr. Soames. What a modest description.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Soames! Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say that you're not actually his, Soames? I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once! Get out! Or I swear to you! Damn it. You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was waiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? No,
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
What? You can't be Buckingham Palace!
What's Buckingham Palace, Sato? I've never heard of it. You ever read the news, Naruto? Soms? Is Iris with you there? Oh, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire.
What?
What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Naruto.
In court, I demand immediate silence! Majesty the Queen, you can't be. I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all!
Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Holmes remote cinematograph.
You mentally.
This is 7 pints of nightmare. It is as I appear to be standing before you regarding you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you have heard that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there will be no objection after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
You.
I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No! I was meaning.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Vicky and I have so much to talk about. However, there you are. In fact, I have a good message here from Her Majesty.
Message.
Well then, if everyone's sitting comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Mayor Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable action these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because you are no longer the Chief Lord Justice. In the eyes of the law and Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal!
Agent! 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 What is agent? No, sir. You was fired! And guilty by trial of fire. Lord Clint Van Schick slept a weary when she confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched the cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all consuming. I was sure that I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with a will somewhere on his person. But despite his searching his body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed and sorted. That's got totally burnt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zips.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry? How can that be?
There's more to his last will and testament.
What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Battle, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I only ask for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my crown. Clean fancies. Clint. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Guanyu Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribed, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away if it weren't for you meddling kids! And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you're kids? Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Sotters.
You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now.
But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? Judge Light. My lord! As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. Until I see Mega Man once again. The darkness that blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the effects of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo Ryunosuke. Hi, my lord! Hi! On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Beauty, I give you my heartfelt signature. You're too kind, my lord! The first time I faced your court, just under a year ago, I had the faintest of intimidations. That if British justice, so art and twisted in its long history, was finally to not change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Naruto. Allow me to apologize for countless discourses on my part. You are a lawyer, boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Francis.
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Cosma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever patient judicial assistant, Susanna, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Siege, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Solms.
Saving the best for last, Naruhodo.
But really, I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. But that's like a universal saying, though. The truth's a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. Truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is true and just. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand looks. Without your beautifully composed taste against what strong heart matched you, would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Arigatou gozaimasu! So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused by it. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, prosecutor back on 6. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Barrett Vox not guilty. 1,000 points! What up? That's all. Court is adjourned. Case dismissed. Step down. I did that for 3 fucking hours. I'm coming off the high. I am beyond tired as all hell. November 4th, 4:21 p.m. in the antechamber. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much?
No. I really must congratulate you. It was truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Arigato gozaimasu. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Susanoo.
Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show that night, Naruto. I have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Von Zieg's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Stoic as always, my man. Stoic as always. Susanoo, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Not
Hi?
It's been since I first encountered you here in this very cold house. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I expose the most unpalatable. Yeah, I can say unpalatable. I expose the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it you said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. And I quote Rambo again. In order to fight war, one must become war. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. One made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Cosmo would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
You two! Sato? There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my, and he really was here.
Lord Van Six. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Kichi. If I had been stronger then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and truth. For that at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than I will hold them I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zix wrote before his duel with my father? Asogi is a fine detective and hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to him. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my creed. Clint Van Zix. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What?
Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know. Day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Kenshin. Why aren't you putting up all the fight, Kenshin? If you only agreed to it, Seichu and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. The lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The verb's eminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please. You're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew as his dying wish.
My goodness.
I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on.
What'd you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be...
You never know, though, do you? What life will bring.
Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seishiro.
No, not with him.
Pardon?
This is a favor I'm asking of you and only you, Yuji.
Right, I see. Very well then. That very night I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound lay asleep on the grounds. Poor woman was on the floor, the back of the darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further. But it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. I wonder whose baby that was. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around at the room. There was a precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But 'twas when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. I bet you that girl happened to be Iris.
Baskerville?
You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zieks?
That's right.
The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth would Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. if the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl will be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Ziek's family as much as possible.
I don't believe it.
I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself that this Japanese man here was someone I can trust. I honor my promise to get you, Nicholas. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. Without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Solms, I presume? Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Solms. He has a heart of gold. Really, all that can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl.
What? No!
Your wife's name, Professor Mikatola. In other words, the name of my mother? Ayame Mikatoba. Ayame is Japanese for iris.
Oh!
That's right, Ayame. Or in English, iris. Iris. I had no idea.
Ah!
Naruto, what's wrong? That thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard!
Ah, my dear feathers, can you hear me?
Solms, that you?
Ah!
Yes, we can hear you!
You see what excessive talking can do? Let there be a lesson to you.
Mr. Solms, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require such measures.
Hello, Susie!
Oh, Iris!
Also, please, what about welcome? Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. The rest of it, you simply must come to.
I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 2-year-old girl. Again. Her uncle.
No, really? Oh, cool.
But I
I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You promise now, I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just got back how soon.
Oh! Some final pitch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you have saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks! Yes. What are you intending to do now? Very clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh, no.
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Ah, I see. Naruhodo. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Valley? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm probably here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Naruhodo Ryunosuke. Asogi Kazuma. Seems as though he's really matured some.
He's not the only one who matured. Naruhodo.
Are you looking down at me? Oh. Huh?
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street.
We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must! It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. $6:25 p.m. Some sweet. Tadaima! Gah!
About time you got here. You look like nice, Zeta.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
Studying. He's got to go off and bang how many flowers I did. Oh, yeah.
You got fire smokes in this place thing, eh?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right! I remember that.
Oh. You don't have to blow that thing every time I speak.
You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing.
I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikitoba. The world-famous big detective regaling his honor with the tale of his venture, a sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside a trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikitoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well. Soms. What? You were? Then why the deuce did you say so before? Quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Soms. Professor Mikitoba. Finally back from Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Chisato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Chisato looking so happy in a very long time.
Ah, now, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill the boots. This is definitely true, Tina. Yep, losing me copper's copper and going back to what I know best. You'd have enough of me. You couldn't even a penny's first for why, Tina. Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't gonna accept the dive a ton of dick, Izzy.
That's some phrasing right there. That's some phrasing.
Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
Eh?
The inspector's pocket watch! The crown's been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, symbol of his great achievements in Scotland Yard. 14 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But it stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else here.
Of course, there's no one else here but you.
Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Jimmy, yes, he was. And I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? And Could I become a proper detective one day and track their ailment?
Oh!
Alright, then it's decided I'll do it. And I'll swear. I'll find your dad and bring him back, kicking and screaming.
If she only knew. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, but I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Huh?
Iris?
Well, obviously, I always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I want to know where I've come from. Thought it might tell me something about myself. But it caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Harry, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name or where he's from. Don't you agree? Harry?
With every word, Iris. With every word.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Daddy.
I think Mikatoba. Yes, Holmes. I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it. Were it not for you, you softy souls. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Harry?
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to the suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. (9:37 p.m.) in Naruhodo's legal consultancy. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. Yeah. Just like my room has been my home and office for a very, very long time. $33 to be precise. I certainly had some unforgettable experiences while I lived here. But I think now the time is gone.
closer. I thought it was your daughter.
Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato went out after dinner. Took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Yeah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. No? With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Six. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint Van Six's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes. I had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why?
When I read Soseki's reports about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. We stumbled across the crux of that tablet case. The dog collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decide to investigate the insignia, sooner or later you have made the connection to the Van Zygs. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished stories about the story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. Yes. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. With those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigation you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I never understood. That's why Susato came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris, the Hound of Baskerville story, I mean. So Adam said to me. That was before Susato left Japan. I'm very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I read it and carelessly left it on my desk. I've read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which Susato came across, of course. It was the only case Soames and I ever pursued that I didn't read in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my poultry notes. Soames and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Soames for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Soames had told me. How astute she become. However, having witnessed events of today, I must say my opinion is so much shifted. I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I want to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Cosma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Cosma Societal, someone's all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom, all thoughts have vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in it. And I was sure I could see it trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. A powerful defense, right? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. That's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well done. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine you'll depart for a few days. Now, with the symposium having been cancelled now, never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Susato!
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Hi, sweetheart. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry I did. Yes, I couldn't help but...
Oh, how much you hear?
Well,
Everything.
from the part about Iris' real father, I think?
In other words, from the beginning.
So you made up your mind? You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you had decided, Naruhodo.
You did! Why are you looking down at my... Oh. I got to for a second. I was like, why are you looking down? Sasato.
Yes?
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Cosmo going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly from having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say about it. You can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Cosmo's assistant.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after the day.
Oh. Yes, you're right. I really am.
Before I retire, let me say it one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Susato. Thank you.
She's wearing peach lipstick, by the way. November 7th, 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside.
I can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Bruno?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it, having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris, you do that.
Sato-san.
Oh, crap. No.
お荷物はすべて正室に運び込みました。旅立ちにふさわしい素晴らしい朝でございますね。
佐藤さん、今まで本当にお世話になりました。麻生木によろしく伝えてくれますか？
それはご自分の口からお伝えする方が良いかと存じます。
なるほど。 あ、葬儀どうして親友の旅立ちだ。見送らぬわけがないだろう。ありがとう。女王陛下の国でお前と大暴れするのを楽しみにしていたけど。うん、どうやらそいつはまたの機会だな。貴様と再び法廷で向き合う日を楽しみにしている。あ、でも弁護士同士じゃ向き合うのは無理じゃないかな。俺は検事になる。しばらくはバンジークス教の下で勉強する。そしていずれは死神に被験する検事になってやるさ。そうか。なるほど。一つ頼みがあるのだが。なんだ。今しばらくこいつを持っていてくれないか。カルマ、どうして。俺は見てしまった。あの日俺の中に住む魔物の姿を。あの刑事と対峙した最後の時、瞬きにも満たぬほんの刹那。俺はあの刑事に対して確かに殺意を抱いていた。人の心に救う魔物、そいつは俺の中にもいたのだ。俺はその事実を永遠にこの胸に刻む。そしてその魔物に見入られた者たちとこれから対峙していくつもりだ。検事として。それがお前の覚悟ということか。俺が自らの中に住む魔物を切り伏せるその日まで。これは貴様に託す。受け取ってくれ。ああ、分かった。確かに預かっておく。それではその日まで僕は僕の道を行くよ。
なるほど様。これからなるほど様が進まれていくその道、私がお供してはお邪魔でございましょうか。
それは僕だって一緒に来てほしいです。
Was it that damn hard,
でも
dude?
佐藤さんは思った通りだな。葬儀本当に変わらない。お前らしいことだな。なるほど。思った通りってまさか知ってたのか。あの日バンジークス教の裁判が終わった夕刻、彼女は一人で検事局を訪ねてきたのだ。え？御言葉教授と話したあの日。 ル報道とともに日本へ。
はい。勝手なことを言って申し訳ございません。
それを言うためにわざわざ。義理がたいことだな。それであいつは何と？
あの方は何もおっしゃりません。もしかしたらご迷惑なのかも。
あいつも義理がたい男だ。言えるはずがないだろう。あいつのそばにいてやってほしい。これは俺からの頼みだ。
はい。
佐藤さん、
いかがでしょうか。なるほど様。
佐藤さんが隣にいればどんな法廷でも怖くありません。これからも僕と一緒に戦ってくれますか？
ふつつか者ではございますが、よろしくお願いいたします。
僕の方こそふつつかっぷりでは負けませんよ。はあ！
どうかされましたか？
でも佐藤さんの荷物はもう出港の時間です。
あ、それならば心配ございません。スサタの荷物はすでに船に積み込んでございますので。
さすが優秀なホーム女子だな。
Go again.
なるほどくん、そろそろ出港の時間なの。
それでは行くがいい。達者でな。なるほど。遊び剣を抜け。いつか僕たちの道が再び交差するとき、お前と琴の葉の刃を交わすことになるだろう。その時を待っている弁護士として。その言葉を聞きたかった、相棒。それではまた会おう、アソギ。ああ、必ずだ。なるほど。ホームズさん、本当にお世話になりました。ああ、本当にね。お世話をしたものだよ、君。このご恩は一生忘れません。忘れられてたまるか。ぜひ思い出してほしいものだな。今度僕が君たちの国にお邪魔した時にね。実はこいつは意外に知られていない事実なのだが、 この地球はね、思ったよりも狭いのだよ。
That's true.
いつかぜひ日本に来てください。
その時はもう全力で歓迎いたしますとも。それなら私も行くの。
そうと決まったらしばしのお別れだね、諸君。これで僕の物語はおしまいだ。不思議な運命で地球の裏側まで旅をした僕は、一生をかけて旅を続ける僕だけの道を見つけた。この長い旅のどこかできっとまた彼らに出会う日が来る。その時僕は懐かしいあの声を聞くはずだ。さあ、ゲームの始まりだ。
東より訪れた友を乗せた船が水平線の向こうへ遠ざかっていく。だがホームズの顔は明るかった。時代が流れても友情は変わらないよ、ワトソン。彼らに会いたくなったらそっと目を閉じればいいのさ。
私はそっと目を閉じる。その時、私は懐かしいあの声を聞くはずだ。
聞いてあり。
また会おうね、なるほどくん。
And that is the great Ace Attorney. Which took me about 4 solid hours because it usually is like that. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote control, but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods and what other problems close security. And I've decided an absence from London is in order to sojourn in distant crimes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no job whatsoever. And in Ace Attorney fashion, everybody has something to say.
I gave it a note to Holly the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hardy cry. And gave him some lotion that I fitted as well to dye his hair red safely. They say it might make him cry too, so I'd rather not use it.
The music was just top notch. In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt a presence in my sight. Once, unable to bear the burden of the great pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still bear your prosecutor's badge of pride. The darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. I'm glad I went through book it.
The bell's left enough for me, you know. I'm about to read it every day now. Exit the whole lot. It's clear that there's stuff up. Boss was trying to protect me, see? That's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are going to keep doing. Oh, I wish I could say how grateful I was before, you know.
I've got one more job to take care of before it's out to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in audit detection. Now, look, Rex, as they say. Inspector Luigi. He really does look like Luigi as an inspector. He's got the color smash.
Your Excellency, the smells is accused of illegal entry into the office of foreign affairs. Objection! Opening. Where does this catfish comes from defense? And we move him into the courtroom.
Oh dear.
I mean, my friend just decided it's pretty.
Yes, perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team.
I couldn't see them like from the first case. Like, oh god, the first case. It's like jittery and starstruck.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole.
I like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad.
It's like, oh, child.
I'm glad you're not dead.
So am I, dear. And here I am again in Great Britain on the invention of my engine. And he sent me a nice letter and saying that he showed me around everything himself. But what have I done? I was experienced I picked a splendid hotel and I can't afford to be in it. Oh, I'll come to my rescue again, please! I wish I could just pass it to sit there sometimes.
His name should be called Addlebrain instead of Hairbrain.
Stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I have struck a bargain. For faithful reproduction of visage, there is nothing we dispense without you.
She seriously makes me blush.
Everybody calls me gossip. I say gentle tidbits to pass by, you know. Everybody calls me a pepperino, and I say the spaghetti. It's over all over my head. And everyone they call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
How dare you, how charming. You made lots of new friends here, see?
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike a fish together. Ta-da!
This boy will never get fat. He will continue to enjoy his spaghetti. accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take and how that might have ended. I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I ended up in the dark, there's no one I would have rather have defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care. So it looks like someone from Attack on Titan, like he's Levi from Attack on Titan.
I may send tea now, Oda. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say.
I love that. So now I can actually say something at the very end of all this. I'm actually glad I went through this game. The way I've been meaning to play it in full-on Japanese. Because it wouldn't feel right if I was playing it in English. And the whole game is settled with mainly a Japanese cast dealing with being in, Britain. So therefore it's like, it makes sense if the main character speaks in Japanese. The whole cast speaks in Japanese. Or rather, let's say Igiyari, Mata. Or did I hear that right? For questioning is, did I hear that right? Because I know he said Choto, which is wait a minute. But when some of the people, one of the people says, is that like daily? That's Vigil Daily. In Japanese, what he says, is that right? When he's questioning. But I had to say, Alexander Draw did this, the German scene. That was damn good. This has all the makings of an anime I would watch. If it was made into a mini-series of sorts, like the mainstream Ace Attorney series, oh yeah, for sure. That reminds me, I've never actually watched the Ace Attorney animated series. One of the many anime I have yet to watch because I'm busy. hopes now that I'm actually done with The Great Ace Attorney. Like I said, I've done both games. One being fan translated, the other being the Chronicles version. I've covered basically Great Ace Attorney. Now the rest will be the rest of the Apollo Justice games and the Far and Beyond crossover with the later Phoenix Wright games. I'm not talking about with Professor Oak, but that as well. So we mark this as done. And next time, probably on my completion list, will be Destiny of an Emperor, which was also brought to us by Capcom of 1989, and this was the Great Ace Attorney 2, the Chronicles version, aka Dai Gyakuten Saiban 2 Special. And I'll see you next time for something else. So that's it. I've been your friendly neighborhood Tenkaichi. Despite being a bit tongue-tied, I will see you next time for whatever else I still have going on this channel. Until then, I hope you've enjoyed every bit of videos I put up, and I will see you the next time. So that, Dai TENSOU. See you next game, and TENKAI MUSOU.
Ding.
The Risen Resolve.